Yo, how are we, folks? It's Darktide time, Arbites time. Part of the big update for, well, technically yesterday now, but the latest update for Darktide was that they completely overhauled the new player experience. I have played some Darktide, like not a huge amount, but some. But I figured we'd look at the new player experience from the get-go. Yeah, so if you look here, total of, well, nearly 16 hours, and that's it. That's how much we played Darktide. Not a hell of a whole lot. So we're going to crack on with the Arbites class. We're going to go for the new player experience. We're just going to see what's going on. I'm hoping for lots of good things. Miss Jarl, how are you? It's very good to see you. Slides in like she's stealing a base and yells safe. Very nice. I like. I approve. Right, let's do this, shall we? I wonder if it will still give us the intro like it used to before. I'd like it to, just for the... There we go.
It is the 41st millennium. For 10,000 years, the Imperium has dominated the galaxy. There is only war. Every human soul, from the most highborn lord to the most basic servitor, is dedicated to the service of the God Emperor of mankind. The Imperium's battle fleets and armies, from the conscripted soldiers of the Astra Militarum to the elite space marines of the Adeptus Astartes, keep humanity safe from alien threats and cosmic horrors beyond imagining. But there is another war. It is the one in which I serve.
Arbites, literal translation.
Our war is not one of battlefields and fleet engagements. It is waged by the dedicated agents of the Imperial Inquisition. It is fought in the cities and hives of the Imperium. In the back streets and the forgotten sublevels. In hive cities like Tertian.
We're surrounded! Don't get overrun! Prove it so!
For if the Inquisition fails, if we fail, the Imperium falls with us.
You know, it was actually quite nice to watch that whole intro and actually understand more of it this time around. This was, full disclosure, Darktide was probably really my first proper introduction to all things Warhammer. There are people here who know that well. Mr. I never actually played or even liked baseball, but the analogy seemed to fit, you know? I still need to get some lotion on for the mild chemical burns, because... Oh, yeah, perfect. By all means. Right, let's see what's what. Is it going to let us in? They have had a massive spike in players. I did have a quick check last night, and you had to queue to log in, and the queue was thousands strong. We've already got this. So, Battle for Tertium, free update out now. So the Battle for Tertium is the campaign experience, which is part of the new player experience. Which is, yeah, this is a good thing. So the core player experience has been reworked to provide a new, clearer narrative focus following the conflict of the Battle for Tertium. Players will now experience a linear campaign with new missions, debriefs, and embedded cinematics. This new progression path is designed to ease in new players and gradually unlock features that were previously gated by character level. While previously each new player's experience was completely random, the Battle for Tertium narrative presents maps, enemies, and characters in a specific order, allowing players to discover all aspects of the game at a much better pace. The story missions play the same as regular missions, except that these missions have a more tight control over which enemies spawn. You might also hear some new voiceover lines during missions and some brand new mission debrief cinematics when completing each mission. Okay, cool. The new mission board system will be bringing several changes to how you engage with missions and difficulties. Missions are no longer tied to a specific difficulty, allowing you to select a mission and then choose the difficulty you want. Okay, right. This will effectively increase the amount of mission options available for players of all difficulty levels. So basically, all missions you can change the difficulty level of, which is good. While most circumstances remain consistent across difficulty levels, some are disabled on lower difficulties. Notably, Maelstrom missions are exclusive to the Heresy and Auric difficulties. Okay. Additionally, the difficulty system has also been overhauled. Blah, 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 blah. Unlock new difficulties by completing missions rather than leveling up your characters. You must prove your skills at your current maximum difficulty to unlock access to the next one. You must prove your... Okay, this is also good. You must prove your skills at your current maximum difficulty to unlock access to the next one. We intend to create a motivation for new players to master the game step by step, and for veteran players to feel assured that their teammates have earned the right to be there. You will make progress by playing missions at your current maximum difficulty. Completing missions advances your progress. Mission failures reduce your progress slightly, but you will never be demoted to a lower difficulty. Higher difficulties will require you to complete more missions to unlock them. Okay. Secrets of the Ship Mistress. Offenders' indiscretions are getting worse during Mortis trials. Okay. New difficulty for Mortis trials. New Havoc campaign. Quality of life changes increased. Maximum number of operatives to 8. Oh, okay. So 8 classes that you can have total. Added a total of 900 new banter conversations both between the original cast and Arbites. Okay. So this update is completely free to everyone. The Arbites class is only available if you purchase the DLC, just to clarify. Right, hang on, wait, Mistral. Never actually played or even like baseball, but the analogy seemed to fit. You know, I still need to get some lotion. Oh, yeah. Did you see the W40k parody song I recommended at the end of yesterday's stream? I asked because I'm afraid you might have missed in due to the chat problems. I'm focusing on the Twitch side of it. I did not. Please feel free to enlighten me again. I shall add it to the list. Right, next. Special event live now. Streets of Tertiary and Flame, whether by heretic plot or overzealous Imperial enforcement, makes no real difference. Missions must still run, so be careful down there. You're literally dropping into a hot zone. Inquisitorial agents. The agents of the Imperial Inquisition are as diverse as a myriad snowflakes that fall during a Fenrisian blizzard. Each a specialist in their own right. They use whatever tools are necessary in their quest to banish the Imperium's foes, whether the enemy comes from within, without, or beyond. So I think that's just cosmetics for all the different classes. Alright. That's my original character, a veteran. Level 18, which by all accounts, from what I've gathered, is just a baby. Known issues and incoming fixes. I don't know if we need to look at that, do we? Create operative. They totally rebuilt the progression. As long as they did a smooth job of it, that can only be a good thing. Well, yeah. So this was like my honest take on 40k previously, or sorry, to Darktide previously, as an introductory point to Warhammer 40k, which I think is not uncommon to anyone's first experience of anything Warhammer related, but is that it was mind-blowingly overwhelming, very confusing, and the way it was structured in-game was super higgledy-piggledy. That's an official higgledy-piggledy is an official technical term. So basically, when you went into the mission screens and you were sort of leveling things up, it wasn't really entirely clear what the hell was going on for most of it. And the real context came from if you were already familiar with a lot of it. So I'm hoping they've fixed a lot of that now. It definitely needed more structure, but that was, you could still have fun with it, but it was missing that sort of final 10th. And I'm wondering if we've got that now. Right, so that's my original class. Zealots, Psychers, the Ogrins, and finally the Arbitrator. Absolutely 110% inspired by Judge Dredd. Like they don't even claim to acknowledge it. They don't even fail to acknowledge it. Rather, I should be more specific. They've said it's very much a homage. The people that manage both properties have worked very closely together in the past. Games Workshop produce board games with Judge Dredd themes and the like. All part and parcel, but there are some differences. But anyway, right, let's see what's what. So we've got to choose the home worlds. Pavane, Mornax, small grim mining world known for its hellish conditions, which produce a famously hardy and dour populace. That is very much a death world. Cadia. I've literally got the Fall of Cadia omnibus waiting to be read. I'm halfway through Horus Rising at the moment. Messalina Gloriana, heavily forested moon that serves as a minor shrine world. Messalina Gloriana has a few resources and a low population, but it's strategically important since the fall of nearby Kamaras. Branks Magna, this is a hive world for definite. Syria, small agri world. Oceanic world. Vast hive islands. Gotta go with Cadia. Imperial World by Cantina 13. It's a parody of Madonna's Material Girl. I mentioned it because I find it great for psyching out for Imperial Guard content. Okay. Cool. I can already hear the chorus in my head. Hang on. Literally just making a note of that right now. Okay. The homeworld choice probably sets the background for how your character speaks, thinks, and what references he makes. Yeah, it very much does. You found yourself at the doors. This is very similar to the way the pathing works in Rogue Trader, where it has a lot more. Your background has a lot more of an effect in Rogue Trader, but I do like this amount of depth into it because it really harks back to a lot of kind of the tabletop origins of these types of games anyway. Xenos invasion. Screaming ended as abruptly as it had begun. Okay, so orphaned by a Xenos invasion. So the planet broke before the guard did. Yeah. I kind of, you know, there is a whole element of mythos and legend and romance about Cadians that is hard to not be enticed by. Volunteered for service. Tribune, hive urchins. Survivor. Void ship rat. So these are people that were born in outer space. Let's go with Xenos invasion orphan. Commendations. The progeny of the scholar certainly put through their paces. The education is harsh and unforgiving, but produces imperial citizens with great moral fortitude. The commanders and political officers of the Imperium's great war machine, upholders of the Lex, and defenders of the Emperor's will. Painted Affinity. Okay, this is for the Cyber Mastiff. Scholarly leanings. Future arbitrators with bookish tendencies. Okay. Top of the class. Each year the cream rises to the top, as they say. New classes with you. Top marks across the board and proficiency in all combat doctrines. Your future shines brightly. That would be very much Judge Joseph Dredd and his slightly wayward twin brother Rico. Mixing IPs here. Unchecked brutality. Marksman's honors. Each year the best of the graduate are recognized. Where do we? Let's go leadership potential. Full disclosure, my Warhammer 40k attention was drawn to the Imperial Guard from the moment I found out about them. Nice. Well, once I actually get around to reading it, Fall of Cadia will be my first real proper dive rather than them just sort of being background or secondary characters. Defining moment. It's easy for an officer of the Lex to have a defining moment on the streets of Tertium. Even before the traitorous Sixth invaded, there were the cartels, the machine workers, collectors, street toughs, and even the old rogue noble. It's like one thing I found out about the Arbites is that they very rarely work, and obviously in the case of Acadian, it's impossible to do so anyway. But they don't work on their home planet. They get assigned elsewhere because they want to limit any potential room for distractions or emotional connection. Unmanned manufacturing. After the third shift failed to show... Time and tithe. Bibliocrypt Warden. Let's go Exaction Squad EOK127. Turn on Fair Star. Squad's mission was clear. Apprehend the traitor Wolfer. Execute his lieutenants. Somehow, the traitors are confused their Auspex readings and augurs. While their main mission succeeded, and Wolfer was delivered to the Tancred Bastion prison barge for escort to atone for judgment, many of his lieutenants escaped. Alright. I'll try and be quick on this. I can famously take hours. Yeah. Eye color has to be purple. Yeah. Hairstyle is actually pretty similar to what's going on IRL. Facial hair. What should we go with? I mean, really, for full Judge Dredd, it would be clean shaven. Just seeing if there's... What have we got? Valkyrie. Scars he could definitely have. Let's go with that one. Height. Let's... Let's make him tall and imposing. Your life choices have molded you to the person you are today. There's been happiness in your life, sure, but you're left with plenty of scars and not just the physical kind. This is what you've become, the Fatalist.
There can be no excuse for legs breaking. Even the smallest crime begets disorder. Disorder begets heresy, and if heresy spreads, the Imperium itself trembles. Better 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 innocent souls face mercy sanction than one Lex breaker walk free. This is the will of the Lex, and mine also.
That's, yeah, okay.
The Lex Imperialis isn't perfect. Perhaps it was in Malkador's time, but the blood of humanity has grown a good deal thinner in the miserable millennia since. Nowadays, those who claim to uphold his codicils subvert as much as they secure. No. The Lex isn't perfect. But so long as it serves, I will serve it in turn. And through it, Terra and the Imperium.
Right, Mr. Shaw, I heard you say to make it the other day, you can understand how normal humans make their way in the Warhammer 40k galaxy. So you should really look up the Kazkan hero Sly Marbo. Yep. The very heavily Rambo-inspired one. Yeah. Or the Mordian Iron Guard. Mordian Iron Guard I've not heard of. Okay, good tips. Good tips. Miss Stroll, Dread would have to be the top option, right? Or maybe the middle one. I would actually say, like, traditionally, and like for a long time, the way he was depicted would be very much the authoritarian, and which is going to be the way that we're going to go. I haven't even looked at what the background is, but over the last decade or two, he's become more like the Fatalist in that he begrudgingly acknowledges that there are flaws. And there's a whole thing about how he was wronged himself and he got sent out to the wastelands and all kinds of stuff like that. Clarky, how are you, bud? That would have to be the quickest character build I've seen you do. I know, I really struggled, man. It was really hard. It was really hard. I was like, I've got to force myself to be quick here. Ray, how are you, man? It's very good to see you, bud. I hope you're keeping well. And like technically, we haven't finished with the character build, but we're working on it. We're working on it. But yeah, the classic depiction of Judge Dredd is the authoritarian. So let's...
The Lex Imperialis is more than law. It is holy wisdom, handed from the Judge of Terra to Malkador, and from Malkador to us. It is not to be questioned or challenged, but enforced unflinchingly and without fear. By bringing the Lex to those that have it not, we bring order to the Imperium, and to the galaxy.
Yeah, see, this... Actually, you might be right, Miss Stroll. Because I hadn't read this bit, or heard it, whichever way you want to look at it. I actually think the Maul is probably the more accurate depiction of what a Judge Dredd type character would be like. Because he doesn't have that kind of zealot, quasi-religious element to it in the original comics.
Death in service to the...
Let's go with the Maul. Oh, I get to choose my doggy? Ray, you just want to go back to bed? Yeah, I know the feeling, man. Isn't it lovely and warm back home at the moment? I hear everyone's dying of heat stroke and the like, because it's over 25 degrees. 25 degrees here is like a chilly day. That's... kind of miss it. The best thing about my trip to Japan was actually having some cold weather. Right, hang on. What's the fur pattern? This is a cyber mastiff, so you get... Can't see the difference. Oh yeah, I can. And we'll just keep them as is. It's, oh yeah, I made assumptions without hearing it, but the maul is probably the most accurate to the original depiction. Yeah, I concur. Kind of want... Look at my cyber puppy. I shall name him... something, and I'm working on it. Fido. Jet Black looks pretty cool. It's like the canine equivalent of a servitor. Yeah, very much so. Very much so. The, so I think there are some cosmetic options later on where essentially it's just the central body is all that's left. Even the head is just like a mechanical element. Ray, last week was hot. This week not so bad. The it's a good excuse for lots of ice cream. Not that I really need an excuse for ice cream. But nevertheless. You like the white one? Which one? This one? There's this... Wait, hang on. I love that the dog is getting more consideration than my actual character. So you can color the cybernetic elements. Let's see what we've got here. Ray, you just felt so tired as of late. How is your back doing, man? Has that improved at all? What do you reckon about this one? Actually, just like pit bulls around here because they're too popular around here with the wrong sort of people. Generally, the wrong sort of people everywhere, I would argue. If I could ever actually get a dog of my own, I mean, we have a dog, Karen, bless her, she's lovely. But she's a silly old sort. She thinks she's a cat. Let's go with this. See, we're still going. Tertium Hive is massive, and what's more, as the capital seat for the Mobian sector, is responsible for delivering the imperial tithe that all owe to the Emperor. To keep the previous flow of materials and people running smoothly, the Adeptus Arbites have established multiple precinct fortresses throughout Tertium. So I need to choose my base of operations. Largest Arbites precinct on the Tome of Vorton is named for the marshal that presides over the court. See, this is all just fleshing it all out. I love this element every single time. There is always tons of depth to everything that they do, even the smallest thing. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Oh, it changes my uniform trim. Oh, it does. I've got to go with Frontier Precinct Arcbell just because it looks like 506, roughly. My name. Randomize. No, not Martak. Lucas, maybe? Zach, Lucas, Claren, Doran, Fuzel, Doran. Verbal. Give me Lucas back. I can't. I'm too lazy to spell it. I wondered where I got the name Martak from. It was obviously from the random name gem. Oh shit. Right. Crap. Ray, your back's feeling better. That's very good news, man. I'm very glad to hear that. The star, how about Grey? Yeah. Okay, good. I only just saw that message, but I think I ended up on the right one. Right. Backstory. You were born on Cadia, the lone survivor of a colony raided by Drukhari. Your fate was sealed. Only the rigorous instruction of the Scholar Progenium could hope to rescue your battered psyche. There's promotion in your future if you play your cards right. Proctor for sure. Who knows? You might even make Marshal one day, if you live long enough. Your Cybermastiff's jaws clamped tight around the traitor's arm, razor teeth sinking into the flesh and grazing bone. Wolfer screamed in pain and frustration, but he knew he was caught. It's a rough billet. The sand gets everywhere, but the Lex knows no discomfort, and the punishment wrought upon your quarry will more than make up for the arduous times getting there. You have now been assigned to Proctor Exactant Zorin, based aboard the Inquisition vessel, the Morning Star. You will now bring justice to the streets of Tertium alongside Grendel's warband. Alright. Doesn't he look awesome? I love it. Okay. Cybermastiff name? Okay. Reg Killdog? Oh, I kind of like Reg. Could be Reggie. Right. Clarky, you'll be very glad to hear we got to the end of the character creation. And that's only taken me 42 minutes. I'm not proud of it. I have a problem. Okay?
Sir.
You summoned me.
You have failed me, Ivan. All this time and still Atoma is not secured.
No one is more disappointed than I. There have been complications.
No more excuses. My time is running out.
So is yours.
What do you mean?
Atoma was always under Marshal Fortin's jurisdiction. You have exhausted his patience. He has sent forces to restore the tithe.
You have failed your duty. We have all failed. Atonement will come only when the tithe is restored. We shall triumph in the names of our fallen, and of those who still uphold the Lex. This is the Marshal's command. This is how it shall be. This is the will of the Lex.
He doesn't have the authority.
He speaks for holy law. That is his authority. He will test you.
Do not fail me again.
When do they arrive?
Right. So what's all this then?
I am the Lex.
So this is the Morning Star. Atoma's last great hope. I am not impressed. Inquisitor Grendel's reach greatly exceeds his grasp. Still, Marshal Vorturn has ordered that we offer every assistance to this cause. We shall set an example to these individuals. We shall remind them what it is to serve the Emperor, rather than an Inquisitor's veiled agenda. But first, avail yourself of the Psychanium facilities. Refresh your combat skills. We must none of us be found wanting.
Actually, not a bad idea. There's a combat system, and this tends to be quite nuanced, even between characters and builds as well. Wait. Hang on, where are we? Parky, I bet there'll be 2 hours of off-stream character mods afterwards. at least. Like, if I'm being honest, it'd probably be more like 3 to 4. But he will look mint. Miss Child, Dark Elder enslavement, that's sure to mess someone up. I'm surprised they managed to salvage Lucas, or even bothered, honestly. Hopefully he proves to have been worth the effort. Well, so apparently the Arbites like to recruit very young, and then they just train them legal edicts for their entire youth until they're old enough to graduate. But more importantly, I can pet the doggy. Crucial. Every game developer needs to learn this as a lesson. If you have a dog in your game, you must be able to pet it. It's a universal law. Right, Gate of the Psychanium. This is the Morning Star. Like, is it me, or has it had a graphics pass as well compared to the last time that we played it? Maybe that's just me. It looks good. Come on, Reg.
Welcome to the meat grinder. Everything here may feel real, but don't worry, you won't get hurt. Not unless you anger Persephone. Don't be alarmed by my little puppets, but do shoot them, or hit them, a lot, with whatever weapon takes your fancy. They won't feel it. They're not real. They exist only so that you can learn more about me and about the weapons you carry. Stay as long as you like. Stephanie likes the company and the taste of your bloodlust.
Right, it definitely looks better to me. on the console edition anyway. Let me check what the settings are here. Options, video. Get that down to there. Oh, maybe that's why we've got a quality and a performance mode. It seems to be running alright in quality at the moment. Generally, in PvE games, I'm not so worried about frame rate and the like. If it's PvP, I always optimize frame rate, but brightness seems fine. Motion blur off. Blood on. Jibbing? What's jibbing? Dismemberment of enemies. Yeah, we want jibbing. Enemy wounds, yep. Ragdoll interaction, yep. Okay. Ray, time to go. See you next time. All good, man. Have a good day at work, mon ami. I'll hopefully catch up with you soon, bud. Where are we? Michelle, the Imperial Tithe being the troop recruitment and material production required from all Imperial jurisdictions for the Imperial war effort. You're basically an overseer enforcer to maintain the flow. Yeah. It's not just you that looks better compared to the last time to me also. Yeah. Don't remember there being an option for quality or performance either. But it definitely looks better. Except he's bored. Lucas is bored. Sorry, Lucas. Right, we'll crack on.
Oh, good. Another worthless blunt.
What training can Stephanie provide? Quickly now. I gotta say, already, like, for right now, this feels like a much better setup for a new stroke returning player experience. Basic training is a must for any operative. Complete basic training grants access to the mission terminal and your standard issue war gear. Rewards. Mark III Branks pattern Arbites shock maul. Mark III exaction pattern exterminator shotgun. Excellent.
Welcome to the Psychonium, little one. Let's make a soldier of you. You can chain light or heavy attacks in any order. Chained attacks have different angles of attack and damage properties.
Right trigger for light attack. Okay. Bosh! Biffed. Hold for heavy attack. Heavy attacks can also be chained together. Light and heavy attacks can also be combined together in a chain. Oh.
Some weapons have a powerful special attack. Others have a special ability that changes their next attack.
Forgotten quite how visceral the chainsword was in this game. Alright.
Pushing can stagger groups of enemies. Pushing requires stamina.
Hold left trigger block, right cheek.
grenades can be equipped and thrown. Each class has access to different grenades.
Fragmentation grenade that explodes after a short fuse timer. Ooh. Ooh. That's going to come in handy.
Your combat ability is a powerful tool for dire situations.
The impact grenade should be good. Right, ability. Use your combat ability to deploy a Nuncio Aquila that enhances you and allies near it. A servitor of some sort?
Alerting your team to priority targets is very useful. You should try it.
Right, hang on a sec. Options. You definitely wouldn't have made it in the classic gaming era, from Wolfenstein 3D to Red Alert to Medal of Honor, Allied Assault. Let's say survival and victory required very much the opposite. Yeah. Player character outlines on compelling outline and missions. Yes. Show hit indicators. Hit indicators duration. Show. Yep. Yep. Crosshair type. Weapon specific. Yep. Show combat feed. Where? Hang on, I'm just trying to adjust sensitivity somewhere. If I even can. Text size. Am I missing something here? Video. Maybe it's fixed. That'd be interesting. Oh no, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Aim assist light. Invert look. Yes, because I'm that guy. Linear. Bear with me. I have no idea if these are going to be good or not. But I prefer things to feel a bit more responsive. We'll have to play around with it as we're diving in, hopefully. Promise we'll get to it at some point today. Dead zone. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's immediately. May have overdone it a little bit there. Get that down to there. Get that down to there. It's one of these things you always wish was a bit more standardized in general, but it is what it is. Okay, that's better. Right, companion, this is your loyal cybermastiff. It will accompany you and assist you in combat. Command it to attack an elite or specialist enemy. Double tap tag to command your cybermastiff to attack the selected target.
Make shotgunner.
Yeah, good job, Reg. Good job. Oh, I love it. Look at the way he's animated as well. It's very cool.
Dodging allows you to evade range fire and melee attacks.
Safe left, safe right, safe backward. Dodge, dodge.
Enemy attacks initially damage your toughness. Once your toughness is broken, they damage your health. Additionally, enemy attacks will stagger and stun you if you have no toughness.
Enemy attacks initially damage your toughness. Once your toughness is broken, they damage your health. Oh, pardon me. Additionally, enemy attacks will stagger and stun you if you have no toughness. Okay. I just gotta get up here and get whomped. Yep. Ow. Ow.
Killing enemies in melee replenishes toughness. Each nearby teammate also grants toughness regeneration.
Stick with your squad is what that means. Oh! Jesus. I was expecting to pop his head off. Oh my god. There's something wrong with me. Right, replenish toughness with squad coherency. Alright.
That marks the end of basic training. You are now ready to serve. Should you wish to further hone your knowledge, you can undertake advanced training.
Let's do the additional training.
Use armor-piercing weaponry and attacks to damage armored enemies. You can perform a unique follow-up attack after a push.
Ah, okay, okay, okay. Oh, no. So just hold left trigger. Push, push, push. Push, 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 push. Okay.
Medipacks and ammo crates can be picked up and deployed to aid your team.
See, this is definitely evolved since the last time we played it.
upgrade!
Downed teammates can be helped up. Incapacitated teammates are captured by the enemy, but can be rescued. Corruption is caused by certain attacks, items, or being downed. Corruption reduces maximum health. If you are downed when the last segment of your health bar is corrupted, you are incapacitated and captured.
Oh, Necromunda's on the list. Necromunda is absolutely on the list, Miss Jarl. Very definitely. I wonder if this is a reuse of models and animations from another Warhammer 40k game I've been wanting to recommend to you, Necromunda Hired Gun. Yeah. It's a Doom clone where you play as a bounty hunter with a side massive. It seems a fit for purpose from what I've seen. It gives a good look at life in the interior of the Imperium. Yeah. Takes place in a hive city. Over every possible thing that I can access via Series X, at least, I've looked at and seen whether or not we might be able to go it. Inquisitor's already on there, which is a Diablo style game, like an ARPG, like a top down, so that'll be on the cards at some point. Necromunda is another one. The other one that I've been looking at is Chaos Gate Demon Hunters with the Grey Knights. More specifically, just because I want to play with the Grey Knights. Right, let's do this. Okay, so the purple bit is my corruption.
Health can be restored and corruption cleansed at Medicaid stations.
Yeah,
Medicaid stations have limited uses, indicated by the glowing lights. Dangerous enemies can be tagged to alert your team. World markers can be placed to help coordinate your team's tactics.
Enemy sighted!
This feels a little better as well.
Sprinting helps avoid range fire. Crouching while sprinting performs a slide. Sliding helps evade attacks, similar to dodging. Ranged enemies forces them to stop shooting and engage in melee combat.
Lock rifleman and melee.
When ranged enemies are shot at, they flinch, becoming suppressed. Suppressed enemies try to take cover and will not fire back. Enemy ranged attacks cause suppression, making it harder to land accurate shots. Get out of the line of fire to restore accuracy. This marks the end of your advanced training. You now know everything you need to survive Tertia.
Everything? Do I know everything? I'm sure I don't. Where are we? That's very nice to hear, very nice. I can't remember if it was in that list of games he showed off at one point or not. The, yeah. The, it's because it's not... I haven't actually got my hands on it yet, but it's on the list of ones I do want to get. Like I looked at, like there's more than, there's just, there are literally, I can't remember what the count was. There's something like 150 Warhammer games in existence in some shape or form. Like digital games was one thing. We don't even have close to that amount on Xbox, but we have a lot. And then I looked at which ones would be viable or interesting to play. Like personally, I'd find them all interesting to play, but we wouldn't be able to do that. And some of them are available on Game Pass, some are not. Some require purchases, some don't. Like Inquisitor, I managed to get on sale, so that was really good. Really good deal, actually. I actually got the I can't remember what it's called now. The Warhammer Age of Sigmar equivalent as a bundle. So, where are we? By the way, are we still having chat problems today? No, like my chat window. So I have to switch profiles, obviously, when we switch between the channels. Everything for Hellfire seems to be working and set up smoothly. Touch wood. And then, on the Pathfinder's profile, we were still having an issue. Probably not, as in, I probably don't know everything. Yeah, I definitely don't. I'm still learning and exploring this grim, dark future by all means. Don't ever want to claim otherwise. Right, give me one sec. Just gonna tweak this a bit more. It's way more sensitive and responsive than I thought it would be. Let's... get this dialed in a bit more. Actually, for ranged, it actually felt alright. Not quite sure. Oh, there's definitely a variable mechanic when you're zoomed in. Response curve strength. Don't know where that is though. Is that Grey Knight game turn-based tactics game like the modern Ace Cons where you fight Plague Marines? It definitely involves the Death Guard and the Nurglings, I think. Join channel to the Morning Star. Death is a craft. Practice it well. You can now decide whether to skip or play the battle for tertiary. So we definitely didn't have this before at all, but I think this is literally... Playing the campaign from the start means you will need to make progress to this story to regain access to more mission variety, Morningstar facilities and other game modes. Your current character level and equipment won't be affected. No, let's do...
If you have any complaints about the accommodations, my advice is not to air them.
Oh. Yeah. If you don't like it, shut up. That was That was what he was telling us. If you don't like our living quarters, just shut up. Okay.
Are you prepared to bring judgment to this benighted world?
Oh yeah, we're definitely playing it, right?
Report to the mission terminal. Our work begins.
The response codes are back in control options too. Yeah, I saw that. Oh look, this is his. So now we can inspect each other as well. So I don't remember being able to do this. Nice. Oh, he's got talents up already as well. Good boy, Reg. If I could ever choose any particular dog IRL, it would be a Belgian Malinois. They are amazing dogs. They require absolutely tons of work, but they are incredible dogs. Not very good as domestic pets, has to be said. They're better off as actual service dogs. Inspect operative. All right. How deep are we in? We're an hour and 15. I mean, so far so good, I'd say, for the new player experience. This is one which is definitely more skull attached to cyber body. Don't know if we can see that clearly on there.
Sergeant Major, I require access to the Strategium. Has it been attended to?
We should have the correct crypt key clearances in place, Mom. I'll get it confirmed.
See that you do.
Mission terminal.
The mission terminal provides intel concerning where our diligence is required. We are few, and our strength spread thin. To prevail, we must fight alongside these rejects. However distasteful it may be to do so, restoring the Lex to Atoma means walking a long and dangerous road. It may be that none of us see its end. That is to be expected. Go forth. Atoma cries out for judgment. We shall provide it. This is the will of the Lex.
As another player of this game predicted everyone's playing Arbites, I hope that doesn't cause trouble because of a lack of a diverse roster of abilities. Like probably at some point, especially in the higher difficulties, I'm sure. I think right now they're probably just trying to find a way to sort of reignite. I mean, essentially this is all kind of coinciding with a relaunch for Darktide, I would say. It's that big of an update. Railroaded, not gonna lie, this wouldn't be my top pick for a first mission, but the situation is desperate. You're heading to Chasm Station, you'll find out more in the way. Good luck. Primary objective, assassination. A warlord is arriving by train. Make your way into Chasm Terminus and execute the heretic. So let me see. Hang on, I just want to have a quick look at loadout. What my... Oh, pardon me. What my loadout is. And... what choices I have. I have an Arbites shock wall. And... shotgun is my secondary. Cosmetics. Do I have any other choices here? some of this, no doubt, will be, yeah, locked behind microtransactions, in-game earnings, all that kind of stuff. I've got access, I think, because of my DLC to a Proctor helm, but I don't feel like I've earned it yet, so we're not gonna equip that. Upper body, Proctor plate, same deal. Frame. Cannon for the convict shoulder depth. Go with this one. Justicia. What do I do for the Cyber Mastiff? Oh yeah, here we go. Oh man. Look at that one. How good is that? I like it. And then there's this one, which is very much more Robo-Dog. Let's keep him as is. I like him too much. Insignia? Do I have an insignia? Am I a trained operative? I don't know. Maker, how are you, bud? It's good to see you, man. Looks like Hell doing his second job. My role in life is to play dress up with all my characters in every game. That's my calling. Masteries. Combat Axe, Shock Maul and Suppression Shield. Talents, talent points. Here's the skill tree. Right. Change it. Those other options look cool. The Cyber Massive cosmetics, that is. Alright. Let's have a look. We've only got access to one at the moment, which is the... Yeah, how good... That really does look good. That really looks freaking awesome. So this is the one that we've got access to right now. You want to see this one? God, it looks freaking mean as. Let's go. Right. Talents. So we don't have any of this stuff yet. Curios. So I'm guessing, looking at this, Curios, level 8, level 16, level 24. Level 24 is kind of where everything really starts to come alive for us. I'm not expecting that we'll get there today, but obviously we'll be coming back to this at least one session over the next few weeks, months, however it goes. We'll be busy with Siege mode in Space Marine 2 very soon, in just a few days' time. Okay. Commodore's Vestiges. What have I got? Something's flagged up here. Gonna try and sell me things, isn't it? Yep. Very much. Part and parcel. Oh, they look really good though. Right. Let's go. Let's dive into the campaign. Fight. Oh, look at him. There is literally just a brain and a neck of the original dog in there. Agree, the one you liked looks good. The full robot body's the only one available now. It kind of looks like a legally distinct Blade Wolf from Metal Gear. Yeah. Let's ready up.
Right. Seeing as how you're new at this, I reckon the best thing to do is throw you in at the deep end. So enjoy it. The heretics control the bulk of the transit mover network running through Chasm Station. Moving supplies, personnel, the works. You're gonna redirect a train carrying an arch heretic and ambush him on the platform. Got it? Then let's find out what you're made of.
So typically what it does, if it can't matchmake you with anyone, it fills your squad with bots, which is what we've got. Okay, so this is good. So now we've got... Oh, it looks really good.
We're barely holding on to this district, but today's little excursion should mean that folk can breathe easier. Kill one random heretic, nothing changes. Kill 1,000 random heretics, raises a smile, but that's it. But kill the right one, it brings their operations to a screaming halt for a bit. We can use that. First up, head for the marketplace. You can splice into the train scheduler from there.
Oh, we're in it this time! Mark my words!
I love that there's so many thick regional accents from back home in this. That was very much East London. Oh, look at Reg go. He's just straight in there. Beautiful. I like that. So we have got one live player with us now.
We don't generally go in by the front door. Case in point, you'll need to use the ventilation tunnels to reach the market.
Oh yeah.
I'll be ready to advance!
Now hear this, Lord.
Duty is good!
Big mutant!
Bear with me. Grenades maxed out.
No more trouble from that beauty.
If that's the maintenance bay, you're on the right track. Keep it moving. Work as a team and you'll pull through.
This guy is steaming ahead.
Shotgun ignited.
Recount my judgment.
I can feel it.
If ever I heard it.
Wolfer goes down. Another's gonna take his place.
Then we'll kill him too. And the next. And the next. Until there's no one left to kill.
Won't happen. There's always someone stupid enough to step up.
Well, at least we won't get bored.
For the Emperor!
Pressure airlocks help the Hive maintain integrity in the event of a disaster. I can't clear you to proceed unless you're all in position.
Oh, it does change. It does change.
Get the data interrogator in place and let it do its work. Be warned, they're unreliable and prone to needing restarts. If that happens, one of you work on the fix and the rest watch their back. Got it?
A solid strike!
Deploying Nuncio Aquila.
Got shotgun! Hear the will of the land!
Ow, ow.
Data interrogation proceeding.
Target acquired. Armor neutralized.
Bear check the terminal.
High world next phase.
Practice! Nothing more!
Keep hitting the dog. I don't want to hit the dog.
That's better. Good job.
Attention, block fodder.
Listen up! Expiration!
Efficiency expert.
Come to a stop. Start it up again. Uplink back online. Well done.
Up, smaller. Incoming.
Look at him. Look at the riffraff.
Interrogating his fiction. Now.
Damn it.
Kill that Traxxas 7.
You're almost done. At last. Get the revised schedule uploaded and hope we can make up for lost time. Right, that's the easy part done. Next up, Chasm Terminus and our unlucky arch-heretic.
How?
In case you were wondering, so far I'm not impressed. Not one of you know Opus would last a day on Armageddon. Lucky for you, a time is a much softer billing. With a bit of luck, you might last long enough to be useful.
Soldier meets Chris Boulders. Clean priorities. Brannick gets that. Can't argue there. Well, you know we're all just pieces on a board. Well, the Darktide's winning. I don't have no complaints. I suppose that works. Not like we can change out anyway.
Can't you go any faster? We're going to have to toughen you up.
Barrel explosion! I don't trust any of you. Clear? A practical attitude. Trust only ever leads to disappointment.
He's, bear with me a sec. But yeah, the other guy's left, so I think we're good for the moment. Did feel like he was rather trying to speed run everything a little bit. Gonna have a little look here. Where are we?
I have eyes on the chasm terminus. It's hard to miss.
Bear with me, chat. I'll get to. I'll catch up in between. Trying to remember how to direct the dog. Can't remember what the control was. Bear with me. Options. Controller. Activate ability. Secondary action. Oh.
Okay, for you block fodder. Beauty is power.
Yeah, now we've got a new one turned up.
Weakness. That's what places like this for. It takes strength to embrace the legs. To live for something greater than oneself.
There's Chasm Station. Get yourselves inside.
Like Reg will just go around and attack stuff on his own anyway, so. That's his dog going at it. Oh, beautiful.
Return to the strike team at once.
Catch a Kaiser Station. If they'd done their job right, they'd have weeded out the heretics before this went sideways. It all always falls to the soldiers to clean up other folks' mess. Fancy you, I guess.
He got the go and catch up to him.
This way! Rennick, you have a booty card. Think I might fly?
Go for it. Means I don't have to listen to your moaning the old time.
We're at the Terminus Concourse.
Begin to sweep.
I wish they... Like, I think you can safely stow the grenade once you've equipped it.
Your attention, log fodder.
Success is commemorated.
I wish they'd give you an animation where you put the pin back in, though. That's... Alright. Escort him. Power cells for the Hell Station. Ow.
You're on the wrong side of the station.
Close. Kill. Repeat. When we're down, we're down.
That is definitely a chaos marking.
The main event's still to come. I hope you're ready to fight.
If this is life in a hive city, I'll stick with the guard.
Better still to aspire to serve the Lex Imperialis. There is no higher calling.
That's the platform elevator. So get down there and hit this. You can't take the target one on
Took his
one,
leg
so
off.
work together. Teamwork, got it?
For the Emperor!
I mean, it's rude not to.
See that bomber?
I have cast your bones in great Lurgot's name!
There's the section with access target. Take him out.
Not your Aquila! Not
Joe Aquila! Yes, execute!
This is an Arbites traitor, I think. Ow. Get him.
Time will tell.
Three ranks. Quick draw stub revolver, a Grippiner, vigilant autogun, Mark 7, auto dockets, special condition, plasteel, humantine. All right.
That could have gone tidier, but she got the job done. Putting the traitor lieutenant down in the dust has thrown the occupation of Chasm Station into disarray. Breaks my heart. Vanguard elements of the Mobian 21st are moving in even as we speak. As for you, seeing as you're still breathing, Explicator Zola was the word.
Is this a hold screen? Yeah. Like, it's much better with a narrative element. That's for definite. Oh, that's weird. There's someone inside me. And... oh, he's dinky. Wow. Alright. That was pretty full on for a first mission, I'm not gonna lie. I think if that was a...
The battle group has engaged in Sector 12. Knight Commander Dragor reports significant enemy casualties.
I am sure he does.
I'm not sure what this
He
is.
has a tendency to count every dead heretic at least twice.
Even so, the tally is rather impressive, Marl.
For all his bluster, he is a true soldier. The Imperium could use more like him. This warband doubly so.
What I was going to say was that, like, if I was like truly a completely new player, I'm not sure how I would have felt that experience just then, because definitely the early guy that we had was just tearing off with it, and you're just chasing after him and then trying to figure out what the hell's going on, which may not have been the best thing, but anyway. How do I... hang on, let me just... penances completed. I get rewards. I get goodies. Malacator redeemed. We determine the guilty, we decide the punishment. Okay. Right, hang on. Let me catch up with what you've been saying here. Solar launch. I can see how the Sergeant Major ended up here. This initial mission kind of reminds me of the opening of the human player characters campaign from the old top-down RPG Harbinger. Maker, I know there's a squad of guardsmen like this sent to the most dangerous places. Difference is members aren't replaced because it affects morale. They are trained together since childhood as well. Interesting. Can you remember what that squad's called? I'm always looking to deep dive some more. Are you perhaps thinking of the Stormtroopers, Tempestus, Scions, or some background lore for the Kill Team tabletop minigame? There's been quite a number that would fit that description. Also, don't forget you have grenades for crowds. Yeah. Tempestus, Scions, those guys. There's a game of them, I believe. Unique Elite Imperial Guard Regiment. There is heresy afoot, yes. There's definitely, he says something like attention block vermin or something. That's very much a nod to Judge Dredd. Everybody in Mega City 1 lives in HAB blocks. H blocks. And then every time there's a war in between them, they're called block wars. Does the dog have an animation for getting healed at the Medicaid station too, or is that just a coincidence? If it's an animation, that's cool. I didn't notice actually. I'll need to keep an eye out for that. I didn't notice. Some of the elite guardsmen are terrifying. Yeah. Arbites trait. I can't say I recall hearing of such a thing before, but it would track with how Games Workshop has always done Imperial organizations. Maker, you played this and kept falling asleep. It's like it scales a lot. There's like 2 levels early on, which are kind of okay, and then you go from tier 3 up. It's a whole. It's the scaling is quite punishing. So just telling how far you guys should look into some of the older guard regiments like the Katakan Jungle Fighters, Mordian Iron Guard, Talon Desert Raiders, and Akachan Jump Troop. Awesome. Give me more. Give me more. Block fodder, I believe it was. It stuck with you. Okay, good. Yeah. Access the Armory Exchange. Is that giving me a waypoint for that? Yeah.
An operative lives or dies by their weaponry, but the supply situation's dire, so we use whatever we can get our hands on. I've cleared you for access to the Armory Exchange. From there, you can requisition reconditioned weaponry recovered from the field. Be sure that you're always carrying the best that's available. Looking for a specific weapon type? Put in a request with Quartermaster Brunt, or one of his servitors. What you get won't be top of the line, but it should cater to your tastes.
Assignment Reclamation Zone 15A.
Size of that Ogren compared to the autogun. Which of my humble services do you require? Requisition weapons and curios. Okay, so you can actually see. Interesting. Combat axe.
Purchase approved.
Stub revolver, eh? Like, do I level these up? This child, Talon Desert Fighters are basically Lawrence of Arabia with live mounts instead of vehicles. Akatran Jump Troopers, the fastest way I can describe them would be similar to Orbital Defense Shock Troopers from Halo. Nice. They sound really freaking cool. Yeah, it just blows my mind that, yeah, and like it's, you know, for newcomers to the Imperium, you don't really realize, just because of how popular they are, how rare the Adeptus Astartes are, right? You don't see Space Marines everywhere you go. Instead, what you have are the Astra Militarum. And that's... Like, I know both of you have been telling me for ages about how cool they are. It's just that I've not really fully appreciated it until more recently, shall we say. But like I said, I'm like, I can't. I've got the whole Fall of Cadia omnibus to look forward to. The halfway through Horus Rising at the moment, and then as soon as I'm done with that, we'll be diving into that. Still got to get a couple more books from the Horus Heresy to get some key things before I get into the Siege of Terror, I think. Demon's Hand? What do these do? +1 wounds. Let's grab one. Like, I feel like we should get a weapon. This one is stronger than the one I've got.
Processing.
Brunt's Armory. Combat Axe.
Purchase confirmed.
Okay, wait. So Brunt's Armory is like the base weapon of everything. And these are random weapons available. Didn't know... Shit. Didn't need to buy that last one, but anyway. Make it Ogrins, they can indeed tear a Space Marine head from their shoulders, fully armoured. See, I never fully appreciated that, I have to say, from before. You kind of look at them and think surely they've got no chance, but Ogrins are just incredibly durable and strong abhumans. Yeah, so now I've got a few different ones here. And this one is indeed stronger. Now favoured it, so that's good. Equip that. Wait, no, did I just discard the one I just got? No! Oh no, this is the discard screen. Okay, cool. Scared myself. Space Marines, they don't mess with them either. Yeah, see this, I'm hoping that when we get to Space Marine 3, I'm hoping they take it as an opportunity to sort of really flesh out a sort of a major game into a more fleshed out universe, which is broader depth. Like Space Marine 2 does a really good job of focusing on its core story and then sort of lightly touching upon the wider universe. But I'm hoping we get to visit more different chapters, spend more time with the Chaos side, spend more time with the Astra Militarum, that kind of thing. Or maybe they spread that out over a few different games, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. Miss Star, the Mordian Iron Guard are genuine hard cases, though, based on late 19th century militaries. Instead of las guns, they use laslocks, single shot, superpowered bayoneted rifles. Wow. There was a demon invasion of a planet they were guarding. The Mordians fought and fell back by rank and file until they were defending the palace steps. The greater demon leader led the final push. Yeah, see, it's, and like when you go through, you know, obviously the main exposure was really Space Marine 2. You go through that whole game and it's crazy and you're like, Jesus, this is tough. And then, you know, you forget you're a 12-foot tall, super bioengineered, genetic, superhuman super soldier, right? And you see all these little guys running around you, and they are a core part of the experience and the story. But very rarely does anybody stop to think and go, God, I wonder what it's like from their perspective. Because it's freaking terrifying. Just, like, the more I'm finding out about Tyranids, holy God. Right. Okay. Which one of these do we like better? I could put charms on them as well. Rude not to. Marks. I wonder if the marks actually do anything. Probably not. Oh, they might do actually. They might, maybe they give it extra perks and stuff like that. Okay, primary weapon. Right now we'll favorite that, and then interesting. Exterminator shotgun marks. Okay. It's variants. So Mark 3, but I don't have the Mark 8. What's the difference between them? And I can't, oh, that, okay, so that must have been a curio, and I don't have that until I get to level 8. Alright. Cosmetics, I got a new frame. Bear with me a sec, I'm just sort of trying to fully appreciate how they've got everything laid out now. Masteries. Arbites, Shuckmore, Blessings menu. Do you remember this being introduced before? This is not new to this update. Never really played around with it. So this is like your weapon perk tree, if you like. Blessing points cost 1. So each one costs 1. Lightning reflexes. Timed block, stun the attack and grant you 10% melee strength for 3 seconds. Plus 10% damage versus electrocuted enemies. Plus 5% damage bonus versus staggered enemies. Increase stagger on enemies by 60% on weak spot hit. Relentless strikes. Plus 5% toughness on chained hit. Hammer blow. Plus 19% impact for 3.5 seconds on hit. Stacks 5 times. I'll take that. Plus 5% toughness on chained hit. Next trait. Oh, let's do that. And that. There's a whole bunch of different layers to this game now that I'm really only just starting to appreciate now. Scatter shots, high voltage. Going with the high voltage one because I know one of the things I spotted just now, or earlier rather, was that on the skill tree there's a thing where the dog can do an electrical charge. Sustain fire. Do that. And let's do that. Not bad. Although the Mordians suffered massive casualties, almost the whole regiment, they were the ones giving the demons hell, with nary another Imperial organization in sight. I recall the different marks of ranged weapons not necessarily being straight upgrades, but more like distinct specialized variants in some cases. I wonder if that was changed in this latest update. Well, so as I understand it now, so... is this... No, we have to go and look at it in loadouts, but let me just have a look at this turn. Take that one. Definitely take that one. Spending 1 stamina replenishes 15% toughness over 3 seconds. That sounds not bad. Replenishes 5% toughness per second while within 8 meters of your Cybermastiff. That also sounds good. Right, so there's this one here. Cause an explosion at your Cybermastiff's location, staggering and electrocuting nearby enemies. 3 charges, 60-second cooldowns. How good is that? And it doesn't look like there's any penalty cost for resetting your talent, so you can mess around with your skill tree before you can do. Right, hang on. Okay, right, hang on. The Mordians just kept fighting tooth and nail to their last until finally the greater demon was vulnerable. He said, even if you strike me down, I'll just recoalesce and return in 10,000 years. The Mordian commander, who was just about to strike the final blow after holding his own with his men in melee, I might add, retorted, then our descendants and successors shall strike you down again. Nice. Although the Mordians suffered massive casualties, almost the whole regiment, they were the ones giving the demons hell, with nary another Imperial organization in sight. Fuck yeah. Stuff like that is awesome. Ogrins are pretty analogous to super mutants from Fallout if you think about it. Ogrins were generally described as fitting the simple-minded yet kind-hearted stereotype in older codices. Yeah, that's the impression I get off them now, like gentle giants type thing, which is a really nice touch, I think. It's your full build, okay. Oh yeah, I've got curios there. So if we look at the infantry auto gun, for example. Oh no. If we look at, yeah, so they're different variants now. See, this kind of thing was never really clear before. It's like you pick up the weapon and then you go, oh, the Mark 1. All right. Oh, now I've got a Mark 5. That must be better than the Mark 1. And it's not. It's different. It's just a different version. And they've all got clearly different names now as well. Columnus, Agrippina. Yeah, okay. I will get around to using the autogun at some point, but just because we were on a veteran before, like we've had a decent mess around with pre-existing weapons, I kind of really want to give a full run with the Arbites weapons, really. I think Thatcher put too much of an emphasis on melee combat in this game, in no small part because of their previous experience with their Vermintide games, and I think that's why the balance feels off. Could well be. From what I gather by reputation, their Vermintide game is better regarded and better received in general. I think they're attempting to sort of rectify that or balance the difference between the two. Where do I change things like my grenades, or can I not do that here? Anyway, let's crack on.
ionic compensator, and Clanky's refusing to fix it.
Don't worry, I can lend my hands on a spare, and a less cantankerous tech priest.
Purge and purify. There's something in the water down in the torrent. Primary objective, strike. The heretics are poisoning Tertium's water. Get into the silo and restore a clean water supply. Different patterns are used to reference different IRL weapons, like the Akatran patterns being bullpups. There are also patterns that resembled M16s, AK-47s, D-36s, etc. in older RPG materials. Sorry, but your mission was aborted by an unexpected error. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I do know they've been having a few problems. They've been more than a little overwhelmed. Like, literally, there were more people trying to play this at launch than there were people playing Helldivers, which is no mean feat. I know they're working on it, so... And I also know they are a very small team. Like, from what I gathered, it's like it's 150 devs working on this game. Which might sound like a lot of people, but it's really not for the scope of this game. Like, that's insane.
The heretics have gone after. The trouble's confined to a single silo, for now. The heretics are pumping their poison in from there. Get down there and deal with the demon by any means necessary. You know how this works.
I wonder if the different pattern similarities. So I need to pay more attention to that. I need to see whether those pattern similarities then actually play out.
Your days are numbered.
To reflect that. No, no.
Even the adamant cannot endure alone.
How do you get over there? Ow!
No way back this way.
Heed my example and serve well.
That's what's left of the water cartel. Nothing lasts forever, except the master of mankind.
Heavy gunners, I direct them down.
All right.
Open fire.
Hectic.
Attention, block fodder! A dolorous blow and well delivered!
Still, the main patterns in this game seem to primarily reference the SIG ST550s, STG-90, as in the Steuergewehr.
Ideal of the criminal life, is it? Search your spine on this one, boy! Kill it! Kill! Deploying non-show Aquila! Step over! Neutralize the bomber! Won't anyone help me? Oh. The Lex is above such things. Funny! You make it look pretty personal. Your perception is not my problem. How convenient! If I'm always wrong, you never have to be right! Search the spine, Norris! 7-7! Charging in! Where are the others? Where are you going? Can't think of anything I'd rather be doing. Oh, wait. Incipient
The water's beneath the bridge is thick with bodies. Jump into the bridge.
Need to heal.
Medicaid station. Make it so.
Call the elevator, but remain vigilant. They won't let you leave without a fight.
Oh, okay. That was more than a little hectic. Alright, bear with me. Good shit, Reg. Oh, that's a friendly. Do they have laws about that? I feel like I should know. The whole companions thing I'm liking a lot. Where are we? Hellfire. Chaos Mutants may not be ogres, but they're still not something you should try to solo in melee, even as an Arbites. Yeah.
And this is only a piece of its for anything.
I feel like I've been a bit corrupted now as well.
Cut through Ragtown. The silo's not far now.
Sturmgewehr. Bear with me. There we go. It can be done. Now that I've remembered how to control Reg as well. Gotta catch up. I'm loving the look and the feel of it now, though. It's way more immersive rather than head scratching, if that makes sense. Good boy, Reg.
Get down there. There'll be another way out. Fresh ammo. Guardsman's press spray.
You're almost to the silo. Weapons up.
Yes, wander off. See where it gets you.
Do not stray from the strike team.
Go, let's go, let's go. No striking friendlies unless they're not performing their duties, that is. Yeah.
Trigger the system flash and drive the demon out. Try not to die. Simple enough, don't you think?
This is a point of no return. Circles my
Let's get the water flowing again.
Texas minorities, what for? Kill!
Oh yeah, there you go. Your attention, block fodder. Oh my god. These things with tentacles. feel like getting bit by a cybernetic dog may not be a lot of fun.
Now is this block fodder. Attention, block fodder! Seek to destroy! Bomber neutralized!
Water clearing already. Good work today. Good work. Let's get you back here.
Your attention, block fodder! Recount my judgment!
Nice. Shredder auto pistol, Luz Mark 4. Okay. Okay. So as long as I go with the rule of sort of keep one of everything, I should be okay. I think, right?
It's starting to look like there's more to all this than some renegade guardsman wielding a grudge. Not sure what those things were, but you can be sure it's going to be trouble. Still, clean water's flowing again, and you've given the heretics one in the eye into the bargain. We'll get the silo secured. Hopefully that's an end of the matter. I've cut you the necessary clearance for the commissary. You've earned it.
Nice. I still think if it could have been done originally, I would have preferred a full, like, single player campaign to sort of really get you through everything and immerse you into it properly. Ogrin, the veteran there. But this is definitely a lot better than it was as well.
Watch the rejects closely. They cannot be trusted.
Obviously, the Arbites are not pleased with having to work with a bunch of randoms. I want access to the Shrine of the Omnissiah. But I'm actually enjoying this a decent chunk, and then I'm still having feelings of wishing that there was some serious input into making some decent Judge Dredd RPGs, for example. Okay, YouTube seems determined to eat all my RAM tonight. I need to take a minute to back out and try to clear some of it. All good, all good, all good. We are here for another hour and a bit at least. I don't know if there's some waypoints missing now.
Soldiers of the Blessed Emperor, I am Hestia Prime, a daughter of Messalina and representative of the Holy Inquisition. It is my solemn duty to stand in witness to your deeds and to record the penances you undertake. History shall remember the martyrs who fell in Atoma's defense. May Saint Messalina walk ever beside you in the Emperor's light. Though it take a lifetime of blood and strife, Atoma shall be free. Tell me of your deeds, so that I may record them.
Oh, so this is a... Oh, good. Okay.
Let hatred guide you.
Still working on it. Seller's market out there at the moment and slim pickings.
Ah, the commissary.
I'm not going to say no if you want to trade.
Meat Shield's punishment uniform? Interesting. Don't know, do they have anything for the Arbites here? Apparently not. We don't really need the commissary. Operative. Infantry auto gun. We can unfavorite that and favorite that. And then we can... Okay, so when you favorite something, it absolutely logs it. Okay, so that's good. Wait, what? That definitely bugged. Oh no, it didn't. Right, so hang on. Keep that equipped. Discard items. Oh, that's a bit scary doing that. Okay, so if I go to discard items here, right? And then you select the item you want to discard, and then you press X to discard item. Okay, then you confirm it. Right. Ah, and then that's how you get auto dockets. Excellent. Excellent. I'm back now. I was planning to give you some of the old lore about the various weapons and ammunition in the Warhammer 40k galaxy, but I'm afraid this game has become more hectic since the last time you played. Yeah. Definitely. But I'll always, in the quiet moments, I will always endeavour to be diligently catching up on everything. Okay. Still can't do anything about curios. Masteries. Arbites, Shockwall. Blessing level 2 is locked. Blessing level 2 is locked. I wonder if we just hold on to those in that case. See, this was never entirely clear to me before. I guess this was because it was kind of... We came into this game late. Even when we played it before, we were into it late. But this is really kind of the leveling system element of it. So you can master different weapons in different ways, or master different perks and stuff like that. That's a good touch. Talent points. 10% range damage. Plus 10% toughness damage reduction. I'll go with that for the moment. Not sure what these stations are up on the side here. Is this anything? Not in particular. We go over to the other side. Let me just go see what this was when we came in earlier.
It's time. Are you ready?
Duquesne's requires trust level 30. Alright, yeah, we're definitely not ready for that. Maybe that's like a siege mode, maybe, or something like that. That's what I want. Armory exchange.
Assist you.
Okay, so no, okay, right. Mark III shotgun. Okay. You know, like for the first time ever, I'm finally sort of fully getting my head around how this is all properly structured.
Purchase authorized.
And then if I just want to get one of these, and I don't have one at all,
completed.
I can do that. The Imperial Autogun is the main standby of planetary forces as counterparts of the Guards Lasgun. That's why you often see autoguns in the hands of cultists, because they're from the local population. The well, everything. See, that's like good to flesh it out even more. I'm also glad it kind of makes sense. This is where we used to spawn in, or at least we did when we first loaded in. I'm not going to put on my super fancy uniform until I get to trust level 24 at least. Of course, Arbiter Dread is there. Somebody had to do it. I was nearly going to do it. Somebody had to do it. But so now, if I go, that's favorited. So if we unfavorite that, we favorite that. Okay. Okay. Very good. Finally wrapping my head around this game properly, more than ever before. Select that, discard, confirm. And then if we look in here, we've got combat axe, favorite that. Right. It's looking so good. Low intensity shock troop gauntlet. What does the extra symbol mean? Are those modifiers? They are modifiers. Alright. Right, let's crack on.
There's a vast cogitator array hidden in the torrent. The heretics use it for gathering intel, so let's exploit that. Security's no joke, but some of the ex-cartel, now Mobian lucky gun hands, will have today's cipher idents. Soon as you're inside, feed the data package into the array. They'll never know what you've done until it's too late.
Brilliant. What the flying?
Execute! Mount this down!
Does it feel like we joined Mission in Progress?
Your ammunition hoarding way.
That's a bit of a problem.
Hadron, here. All spec scan beginning. Remain in close proximity.
Like, even if we didn't, it feels like it. It's not a good thing.
Well struck.
Varlets, take magic box from
Shot that guy's arm off.
point it at things until it goes green. Even you can do that, can't you?
Whoops.
You are pitiful. Circus Minoris, I won.
Get up! Heretics ahoy!
Like the
No further data sources in this area. Return to the servo skull. Cipher ident acquired. Proceed to elevator.
How did I miss that?
Even the animals speak the will of the legs. Even I cannot believe
Crap. Is he up? He's up. Why are these guys going down so easy? Ow.
I trust these rejects are performing within acceptable parameters, Augustine?
Yes, at least so far. You can expect my full report later.
Excellent. A little light reading to add to the pile, no doubt. The Emperor Britannicus.
Stop showing off!
Let's go wading in. I'm just saying, imagine if CD Projekt Red, right, did a Judge Dredd game in Mega City 1. I mean, I would totally be there for that.
Begin sweep! Enemy in cover! Begin close assault!
We've got a bit of a mix here. There's a veteran and a psycho here. So it's a paid for DLC, so
Medicaid, right here,
probably, you know, people who won't be getting it, people who are just waiting to see what the feedback's like.
Recount my judgment.
Oh, Jesus. Wasn't expecting that. Ow, 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 ow!
Deploying. I am where I should be.
Uh-oh. What? Oh my god. Help. Help. I didn't know this could happen. Oh my god. Right, good. How do I say thank you? Oh, like that. Jesus.
Return to the strike team at once.
Data stream acceptable.
Xavier Rosario, thank you very much for subscribing, but I appreciate it very much. Welcome to the Hellhounds. What on earth? That was mental. Did not know you could get knocked off the map like that. Don't know if that's new or not, but that was freaking cool. But also not, all at the same time.
Interrogator status inoperative. Remedy reboot.
Yeah, buddy. I am the Lex.
All systems green. Uplink restored.
Come on.
Reconnect. Retry. Resume.
Oh. Oh, God.
I can only imagine you attempted random inputs until it worked, but it is now working.
Please. How the weapon spread when you hip fire this thing? It's pretty huge. Like, I think it's like 3 characters deep, something like that. Oh god.
Your attention, block fodder.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh shit. No, you need to keep me covered. Oh god.
All praise the Omnissiah. Uplink is restored. Data stream viable. Data link back
Reg has got my back.
You are not a complete failure.
Oh.
Well done, I suppose.
So I'm not so sure about how... Didn't really look into how much like a Cyber Mastiff companion is part of the...
Systems green. Uplink
Arbites' identity. Oh my god. Like the shotgun I know of, the shock maul, definitely, that's a whole... That's a whole thing. Did it again. Didn't mean to do that. Help.
Interrogation imminent.
I need Medicaid.
These guys are probably looking at me going, how many times is this guy going to fall off the map? Hopefully only 2.
Interrogator requires a reboot.
Looks like you did it. Moro owes me a drink.
Holy crap. Holy crap. Oh, Jesus.
How dare
Wow.
follow me? Here, come this! For the Emperor!
Yeah.
For the good Emperor!
Might have a severe case of laryngitis.
I have no more ammunition.
Uh-oh. Mental. You know, like the parallels I would draw to something like Space Marine 2 are things like where shock maul and suppression shield. How do I feel about riot shields?
Would you look at that? Another successful mission. I guess Zola might have been right about you after all. The Walter cartel's certainly seen better days. No tears from me. Nasty fighters from what I've heard, so it's just as well we're not taking them on at the same time. Still, they can rest easy knowing they've helped us feed the heretics a bunch of bad intel. Should make things easier for us in the coming days. I can't argue with that.
Right. What level am I? Just level 5 still. Where are we? Yeah. Thank you for subscribing, Xavier. I appreciate it very much. It's very cool. Straw, having a mixed squad is a god thing. I know you meant good. I know you meant good. But it's just too fun. The irony pointing out that particular typo. Considering the discussions we've had in the past. Having a mixed squad is a good thing in terms of also granting a complementary mix of ability sets, if what long-term players say is to be trusted. Yeah, so, I mean, listening to what some of the more regular players have been saying about it is that they don't... This to me was really interesting. Typically, what you would see happen from any other major studio or major developer is that the Adeptus Arbites would be the strongest class in the game, bar none. They would have the best weapons, they would have the best everything, right? And it would throw the balance out of the mix, just completely out of whack. And what I've heard is that it's actually somewhere around the middle. Like, it's good, but it's not the best. It's just got some interesting, unique, different things about it that you don't get with the other characters. And I really appreciate that, just from an overall kind of commitment to the experience rather than a commitment to monetization. Which is, it's a constant battle at the moment in games development. I remember watching a pre-launch interview with the Fat Shark devs, and they said the massive spread in hipfire compared to ADS was intended to encourage players to use melee instead of backpedaling. Looking back on it, that was one of the things from the interview that had me starting to worry about the design direction for this game while it was in late development. Yeah, I mean, one thing, and like I sort of know where this game fits, but there are still a few gaps in my mind in terms of what Warhammer could do game-wise. Two clear ones for me, actually, and not just because they're two of my favorite genres, but oh, look at this. What does that look now?
Sergeant Major Morrow, we appear to be making gains in the Torrent. Is this true?
I don't think it'll be long term. Not unless we've more bodies to throw in the place.
Yeah, sorry, just waiting for those dialogue lines to finish. One is like a full RPG, right? A single player RPG experience. And like, I'm thinking, you know, along the lines of like a Red Dead Redemption 2 or a Cyberpunk Witcher type experience, something along those lines. Who, where, what, and how, I don't know, but that could be incredible. It would also take a long time to develop. The other one is to do more of a straight-up first-person shooter experience. Obviously, I'm going to say along the lines of, like, Battlefield, because that's where I lean, naturally. But, you know, to have the Astra Militarum at play properly, against cultists, against whatever. You could have special units, you could have titans, you could have, you know, I don't know how they would necessarily balance different factions, but like, it would be awesome. It'd be so good. Let's actually go and visit her, shall we? Just so I've got an understanding of where everything... So we don't have Shrine of the Omnissiah yet. Where was she?
Atonement is the very worthiest of goals.
Claim reward. RVR Cybermassive GB1 Anointed. Interesting. Got a new frame. RVR Cybermassive X7 redeemed. Do I get Mastiff variants? Purity Seal, Humbler of Heretics, Profane, doing the Emperor's work. Defender of the Lex.
are a hero of terror. Never forget that.
RoboCop, yeah. Definitely hints of RoboCop. Let's see here. Yeah, see, I feel like I should not be spending coin all the time. Like, the damage scaling is going to be intense looking at that. We're at 25 out of potential 76% damage potential there. The, where are we? Mr. R, you should definitely move Necromunda Hired Gun up in your playlist order, though it may not be quite as deep as those titles. It does have a story going on in it, as well as leveling weapons and gear. Yeah, I mean, that's why it made it sort of onto the list. Like, there were a few older titles, shall I say, that looked good, but maybe aged out a bit too much. But Necromunda was definitely one where I thought is like, at least from a narrative perspective, would be really interesting. And sort of really seeing the Hive City immersion experience on a more grounded level. Because what you don't get to do a lot in this game, you don't get to just stop and look around and really appreciate what you don't get to see the nuances and the details in any real fashion, because everything's happening at breakneck speed, right? So yeah, I mean, that's why it's on there. But we'll have a look, and then I can show you what I've earmarked up. I'll try and set aside some time. We will be finishing on the 4-hour mark today, just because it's quite a busy week, and I'm just trying to keep things tight at the moment. Got stuff to do. Very likely have to do an update video for Space Marine 2 later this week. Did I get anything? No. Curios are still locked. Right, cosmetics. So I think I've got insignia to mess around with now. Few different frames. Let's get that up and running. Oh. Let's have this one rolling through it, shall we? I'm like the orange Hellfire branded colouring there. As for the Grand Faction battling game, I regret to inform you that there actually already was one, although it's copying Planetside, but it fell into development hell and was cancelled years back. That doesn't surprise me. I'm fairly certain their list of cancelled projects is probably 4 or 5 times as large as their list of completed projects. Masteries. Can I do anything about this? Blessing level 2 blocked. Blessing level 2 blocked. So I don't know whether to... Do I just select everything? Oh, now I can... Wow, okay. Right. So you can... You can level up multiple perks all at once. This is so OP. Desperate, plus 5% strength. Yep. Very cool. Like, it's definitely getting a much better sense of progression this time around as well. Like, I feel like I'm actually achieving something. Whereas before, it was all just a bit of a big mystery. Right, just for due diligence sake, we'll look at what the other ones are. Voltaic Shock Mine. Throw a Voltaic Shock Mine that activates as it lands. For 15 seconds, it will electrocute all enemies within 5 meters. Selecting this blitz locks all other blitzes. Arbites Grenade. Throw an Arbites Grenade that explodes after a short delay. 4 max grenades. This is an augmented version of Arbites Grenade. Selecting this blitz locks all other blitzes. Okay. This one. See, this one recharges over time. And I like that. Because it means you don't run out of it. You don't have to replace it. You don't have to replenish. Remote detonation. Cause an explosion at your cybermassive's location, staggering and electrocuting nearby enemies. 3 charges, 60-second cooldown. What's not to like? More cybernetics is better, but not too much. Is that a new unlock? Yeah. Those are unlocks that we've just got through playing the game. Did you know at one point Games Workshop actually released official stats for some weapons for their line of tabletop RPG sourcebooks? As a result, it's become possible to compare Warhammer 40k gun stats to IRL contemporaries. Did not know that. That's cool. I feel like I should look into that. There are 2 things I'm currently trying to acquire book-wise at the moment. Just for there's one, like, as well as the general books, there is an encyclopedia out there, which I don't think will necessarily be amazing and the definitive, you know, because really you got to refer to a lot of the codices for stuff like this, but it will give you an overview of various parts of the overall universe, which is vast. And there's also an art book specifically for the art that's been put in play for the games, and I think that would be really interesting and telling in lots of ways. Okay. How are we doing? Doing good? We're doing good. Let's head back out there, shall we? Campaign 4. A traitor captain has taken the Magistrati Oubliette as a base of operations. He's been designated Sanction Redactus. Show him the Emperor's mercy. Right. Primary objective, assassination. The kill targets in the torrents, enforce the station, navigate the sewers, reach the streets, and take them out. Okay. Right, hang on a sec. Hang on. So I want to go to the armory exchange quickly. Right, commissary. So commissary is all cosmetics. This is completely paid for suits. Shrine Penitentax. Sire Melks. No, we don't have access to that yet. Here we go.
I exist to serve.
Combat axe. I'm not using it yet, so I don't need it. Shadow auto pistol also. Guardian of the Lost plus 10% max health. Okay. He sounds passionate about his work.
You're heading into the torrent. Rannick's identified a target that wants eliminating. The target's turned an enforcer station into a private bolt hole. Ironic or what? Go in through the sewers, find your way up to the streets, execute the target, don't let me down.
Someone call for a boom! Bomber advancing!
See, there must be an option that I can pick somewhere to counteract that. I must be able to switch off during mission in progress. Good boy. What the hell?
Nice locale! Just where you want to put tight
Goodies. Goodies everywhere.
with thousands of comrades at your side. Too often, an arbitrator stands alone.
Stairs ahead!
Monsters are dead! And everywhere!
Now get the infantry moving so we can get this done. They're coming for you. Send them to hell.
What? I wonder if I can save different skill tree branches and different loadouts. One of the things I will respond to your comments in more depth as soon as I can. One of the things I did hear recently was that there are potentially more artists than actual coding devs at Fat Shark. And that's not a criticism per se, but it does explain some of the structure a little bit.
You think the Emperor approves of your methods? Or are you just guessing?
The Lex is clear.
Huh? I don't recall the Lex leaving so much room for creativity.
You know nothing of the Lex.
Keep going. You've plenty of ground left to cover.
Does sound a little bit like Christian Bale's version of Batman.
Applying.
Right. I wouldn't want to get attacked by Reg. That's all I'm going to say. Getting bitten by anything is no fun. Getting bitten by a dog is especially not fun. Getting bitten by a dog with steel jaws, definitely not fun.
Inadvisable.
That is inadvisable. Good boy, Reg. See what I mean? I'm wandering off, just nosing around. You gotta remember to look up in this game. Holy crap. Let's go, Reg. It's definitely a thing I tried to remember doing in Destiny, for example, was just make sure to actually look at the environments every now and then, because they're so impressive. Jesus. Absolutely brained him.
Forges young arbitrators in blood, sweat, and tears.
You've got to work on your fragging, because that was dreadful.
Oh, that's the... Ah, yeah. Okay, so that replaces the grenade.
I approve your methods, veteran.
You're jealous. I can always tell.
Gunner, light him up.
So every time I go, I was selecting a grenade then. Here, let's... See, like that? How good. How do I tell how much charge he's got on that? Oh, there on the right. He's got no charges right now. Okay, good. Probably won't need those anytime soon, right?
Medicaid within reach. Medicaid station.
Guilty!
All right.
The only way through.
The mutant is terminated.
Yeah. Jesus.
Stop hogging all the target ammo. Ammunition should be in the hands of the deserving. Me.
I answer only to the lurks. You will answer to me.
Yeah.
You've got to all get back together before going further.
Cannot use grenades. So that's the trade-off. It's not a bad balancing move. Like having an electro-charged dog plus grenades could be a little... Oh!
We've a hound nearby. Neutralize.
Get him, Rich. Get him! Jesus.
Attention, blood fodder!
Sure.
What was that command? Did he just say jaw? Holy crap. I just bit someone in half.
Upgrading your clearances. You should be able to access the elevator.
Ammo!
Nope. Hold on to the medical crate.
Ammo crate!
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were taking your sweet time down there. Reminds you of happier days, does it?
Can't pet Reg here.
Hardly. I'm glad to have put my past behind me.
They always say that. It's never true.
Fresh meat for the grinder.
That's the Sanctum Redactor's target. What are you waiting for?
Get it! Detonating!
Oh, that's so good.
Nuncio Aquila deployed!
Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so bad. One of the other dogs saved me. Shotgun is very satisfying to use, I have to say. And considering how much I really don't like shotguns in most games. Braced autogun Vrax Mark II. Okay. Crusher Indignatus Mark 4E. Features an autogun.
That for once, dear Augustine did not exaggerate. There's one arch-heretic fewer among the living. May the celebrations begin, etc., etc. I understand that the surviving water cartel have taken the opportunity to remonstrate with the heretics. I do so like a brawl with no winners. But don't even think that you'll be resting on your laurels. You're still scum, but you're useful scum. In fact, I think it's time you introduced yourself to Hadron. I'm sure she's going to simply adore you.
I think we're going to go meet with our local Adeptus Mechanicus. You've unlocked the Shrine of the Omnissiah and may now petition Hadron Omega 77 for war gear blessings. Excellent. Right, hang on. New penance reward can be claimed by visiting Hestia in the Morning Star. You did very good, Reg. Good boy. Good boy. Sit. Good boy. He's a good boy. I think if I introduced my nieces to Reg, though, they would shriek loudly. I get the impression he's not, maybe not a family pet. Right, hang on, let's catch up on everything that I missed here. Going back to the official stats of the weapons. It's all math done by the community based on actual specs Games Workshop put in books from time to time over the years. Games Workshop themselves tend to stay nebulous now, probably to create an illusion of power overscaling. Yeah. It helps them keep their cards flexible. I looked it up to confirm, and according to those standards, autoguns shoot either a slightly hot-loaded 4570 government round or a reduced loaded 458 SOCOM round. If you can remember the 10-shot AR in COD. I can. Don't think... regarding starting the missions from the start rather than joining in progress, don't think you can. I remember somebody complaining about it, and it's surmised that it exists to fill in strike teams in desperate straits. Sometimes you're saved and others you're the savior. Yep. That's actually pretty common in terms of the artists. More artists than devs, considering how much time and effort has to go into creating current 3D assets. The problem is when the coding devs are below a certain critical mass or fluency for work. I think that's where they're sort of right on the edge of functional. It's been part of the issue there. And regarding the ragdoll dismemberment effects, that's why this game pits you against cultists of Nurgle, so the devs can get smooth over the gore and dismemberment by claiming they're all zombies. Some of them actually are. Okay, good to know. They're all chew toys at the moment, I'll tell you that much. Right, Shrine of the Omnissiah. I don't think we ever knew what this was when we did it last time.
The weapons you bear are not mere tools of war. Serving as their custodian offers fulfillment you do not deserve. Steep yourself in the precepts and rituals of Holy Mars. Open yourself to the Omnissiah, and perhaps, Varlet, your diligence will be rewarded. With a glimpse of what these relics once were and might be again. Let us explore the mysteries of the machine god together. After all, we have a little time before your execution. Your weaponry is a gift from the Omnissiah. Treat it with care.
Submit your request with haste. I have much to attend to. Hadron Omega 77. Sacrifice weapon. What am I... What's happening? Still don't know what's happening here. Mistral, fun fact. This is actually the same shotgun as in the game Bolt Gun. Is it now? It feels way more fit for purpose here. Since now you're up against opponents who are mostly vulnerable to its 3-inch Magnum 00 buckshot 12 gauge shot shells. Okay, right. That's why it feels so much better. But remember, the shotgun in Bolt Gun just did not feel good at all. What am I... What is... What? So this is different here. A Gripener Mark 1, a Gripener Mark 9. Save that. I'm gonna, one of each. This is the vendor who scraps weapons for the materials, I would guess. Okay. Oh, I can level things up. Entreat Hadron. Yeah. Consecrating this item will add a blessing.
Interesting.
Nice. And then I can consecrate it some more. If I really want to. But it's a level 60. I'm guessing... it's probably a good reason I shouldn't be doing that to everything.
Praise the Omnissiah.
Okay. Empower? Oh.
It is done.
Oh, how good.
And what do we have here?
Right, I don't want to go overboard because I don't know what I'm doing. Refine item. Offer your item for refinement. Hadron replace a selected perk with one of your choosing. So now, oh wow, okay. You can really, so now you can re-bless the main perks. Right hand. If I refine that, increase range critical strike chance by 2%. Oh, it's so good. So good. Can consecrate this. Can't even use this yet, so I'm not going to do anything with it. This is your standard weapons enchanter, it seems. Yeah, like I don't know when you should or shouldn't start messing around with fine-tuning weapons too much. What I'm worried about is burning through all the mats and then just suddenly realizing that I'll get like some god level weapon at the end of it. But I didn't even know you could do this. The when like we've come back on and off to this game every time there's sort of been a new update or two, and then just have a look at it and then play around with it and go, oh yeah, it's still Darktide. And then there's more and more stuff being added to it, and then we've got like no idea what any of it does, except now we do. Select a weapon type to increase its mastery level by sacrificing any weapons from your inventory. Only weapons of the redeemed quality or above can be sacrificed. Interesting. Alright. Well, now we know it does that. Right. Give me 2 seconds. I know we're getting close to time. I promise you, we're going to do one more mission run before we do jump off. We're going to go see the get our penances sorted out as well. I'm just going to go to the gents. I'll be right back. All right. Where are we? Mr. Oh yeah, there was an atrocious grind for upgrade materials when the game launched, as I recall. It might be better now. What is going on here? I'm sorry, OBS is firing up a message at me. YouTube related again. Every time it does this, it gives me the heebie-jeebies.
To all interlopers, you may be as inefficient as you like when working for Grendel, but aboard my ship, you will follow my order.
I don't know why it's saying it's lower than the recommended. It's saying the audio is lower than the recommended bitrate. It's not. It's fine. Should be fine, right? You can hear me fine, right? Okay, right. Let's go get penances sorted out.
We both serve Grendel, yes. But there are higher causes.
Nice. Bunch of emotes. Very cool.
Onwards to glory.
Right. We're gonna go do one more mission. What are we up to? Campaign 5.
Tonight, you're indulging a bit of anti-hydroponics. Killing the phage tree in Adblock Larinax. That means getting up-to-the-minute data on the current iteration of the Blight to facilitate the creation of what Magos Karib calls a blessed unguent of shriving. You don't ask me, that's what I was told. You've got the easy job. I've got to play nice with some of Tertium's nobility. Rannick's idea, bastard.
Baffling, isn't it, that there could be such a thing as nobility in a place like this? Of course there is.
Now you're showing your steel, bravo! The Lex is the Lex!
I fear that this squalor took root before the invasion.
Surely it falls to us to restore hope.
Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't check my bloody skill tree. Because I'm an idiot. And once again, it looks like we've joined halfway through.
Ingress acquired!
Group up, people!
I should get back to the squad.
Back here, now!
What is he doing? He's coming. Mr. I looked up the term caliber, and appropriately enough, it seems to refer to a stockless type of musket. Anyway, the power weapons like that stand out, but the base here is comparable to modern arms. Interesting.
Right. Get your servo skull out. Get me those samples. Let the servo skull do her thing.
We're like in a residential area. It looks like it. What? What's? Don't know what the music's doing, but kind of funky. Oh! Good boy, Reg. Well done.
Everything you're after should be here somewhere.
What the hell is that?
Right, that's the lot. Return to the servo skull.
Uh-oh. Holy crap. Ow!
Servo skull's off on a wander. Stay with her.
Oh, we didn't check out the riot shield either. Uh-oh.
Rage will not prevail against the light.
We're gonna go up.
The little lass has picked up a scent. You've reached another suitable scanning zone. More species out.
Rolling. Cascas Minores, 9-1. Cascas Minores.
You won't find anything else. Upload your data to the servo skull.
Oh, that was...
Skull's located new target.
potent, to say the least.
Servo skull's on the move. Try to keep up. All species out. Let's scour this new area clean.
Having a whole team of dogs. It's quite cool.
Upload the data for analysis. Today, for preference.
Those samples should suffice, Sergeant Major.
Marum Kaido. You know, let's play on words of Malum Kaido.
Door is open.
Arguably one of the most powerful space marines to ever live.
Vigilance lapsed, and now these citizens are dead. Emperor have mercy.
There speaks the voice of faint-hearted inexperience.
If we can keep the chatter to a minimum, operational discipline and all that.
I have to reload. I see a ranger.
Blessed Emperor, forgive us for failing citizens.
Holy crap. I keep thinking this guy with the riot shield is...
Not mistake piety for rigor. Why ever did Relic force you upon us?
is a cultist.
Once down, there is no return.
Wouldn't hurt.
Fine work, next mate.
Oh, there we go. I was going to say, it wouldn't hurt to find a Medicaid station.
I always thought the Inquisition had high standards for its operatives.
Celerity stim. What does a celerity stim do? Celery stim?
Take it up with Rannick or Zola. They're always happy to talk.
Explicit and illicit abusive. Jesus. Explicit and illicit use of salad vegetables. I can still that joke. Oh my god.
Have block Laranax and hostiles inbound. Let's put on a good show, team.
I stand ready to observe.
You know what I didn't do? I didn't use the Medicaid station. Because I'm an idiot. Just too distracted by the celery. Right, let's remember to use this one, shall we?
Applying. Applying. Applying.
I cannot believe my eyes. Wickedness made manifest.
We shall end it. Strike team, deploy your biotic probes. Let the blessed unguent of striving flow.
Right. Hang tight until the ejection cycle's complete. Don't get killed.
Run them down! Rolling. What's the fireball? Nothing more from that girl. Bomber pacified! Not sure what will deploy!
Poisoning this freaking ugly. Oh my god, there's an eyeball. Jesus. I was not prepared for this cursed tree to actually have some cursed eyeballs. That's disturbing. God, I love Warhammer so much. What is? Boy, Reg. What the hell? Is that the tree screaming? The eyeball's shut as well. I can tell, yeah. Actually, stop to actually look at some of these. They're very definitely, they've very definitely been nurgled.
This throne, this entire district must be purged.
We must not abandon the faithful.
Only harsh measures will serve now.
Nurgling's not a verb, it should be. God. Oh my god! Ow! Got savaged by an evil beastie. Oh my god.
A dead ranger. Weak. Repulsive.
Even the adamant cannot endure alone.
Yeah, we're in the wrong place. Good boy, Reg. Went completely the wrong way. I made all my squad mates wait for me. My bad. Weapon unlocked. Combat shotgun. Ripper Mark 7. Exterminator shotgun exaction Mark 8. Like, how big is my vault?
That one got a bit hairy by the end, didn't he? Still, he went in, did the job, and got out alive. Not everyone does. Chances are you won't next time. That phage tree's a nasty business, but you've given us the keys to a permanent solution. At least, so Karib says. Not that I understand every second word he uses. Either way, you've put Wolfer's nose out of joint, and that makes this a good day, whatever comes next.
Nice. Very good, very good. We're now level 8, so I should be able to equip my first curio as well. New penance reward can be claimed. Right. We are going to wrap up shortly, just for today.
What penances have you undertaken lately?
I did this one. Yeah. And I did... Ooh. This one. Shiny. Oh, I like actually unlocking stuff. Like this just never used to happen. You just used to get a load of garbage and a load of currency and no explanation of what you were supposed to do with it, which often felt a little bit by design, as in they were hoping you would spend it in places that you shouldn't necessarily. It was all a bit... Anyway, it's way better now. Nice. Like, if you like I think I got 2, like my veteran is level 18 and I got 2 cosmetics and 1 frame during those entire 18 levels. Right, everything else you somehow had to pay for it. It was all a bit weird.
Be forever in his light.
You now have access to a new curio slot. Press left on the D-pad and equip. Here we go. I have 1 curio. And my blessing is +1 wounds. Wounds, if I remember rightly from Rogue Trader, is actually health. For some reason, is what Games Workshop refers to your health points as. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's what it is. So I'm a bit healthier. Loadout. Primary weapon. Infantry autogun. I mean, look at this boy. What can I... Yeah, so that's the Mark 8. So now I have both. So now I can switch between the 2. Cosmetics. I need to have a dangly thing, surely. Yeah, let's get the dangly thing on. So facetious sometimes. View attack breakdowns. What is that? Aim down sight to spare the target. Special ammo. Loads of weapon with one special shell like use. That's very cool. I do like that. I need to hang on. Trying to see what the main difference is here. Mobility, stability. Damage, ammo, mobility, close combat, high damage. What's the difference between the two? Or is it only cosmetic? Not entirely sure. Right, hang on, where are we? Let's catch up on some of these bits here. Right, Michelle, I looked up the term caliber and appropriately enough seems to refer to a stockless type of musket. Anyway, the power weapons like that stand out, but the base tier is comparable to modern arms. Okay, that one we saw. The Imperium is centered around nobility. They serve as the locus of power and wealth to direct its flow for the Emperor's needs. Basically, why bother having division in governance in this world? Yeah. Yeah. That's an element I feel like we're going to explore probably a hell of a lot more once we get around to actually starting off a playthrough of Rogue Trader. And that will necessitate a deep dive just by the very nature of that game. It's not the kind of game that you can loosely dip in and out of. You either do it or you don't. It is a full proper... It's as close to playing the tabletop RPG as you can get. And I'm kind of excited for it because of that. Because it's been ages since I've played any games like that. Where are we? The standard las gun is rated as having damage per shot comparable to a 50 PMG round. Rather weak for a laser. And the autogun is rated as having similar damage output through firing faster in bursts. Okay. Good to know. Speaking of 0.50 BMG rounds, that or 12.7 times 108mm is what the heavy stubbers are chambered in. They're essentially heavy machine guns, also pintle mounted on Imperial vehicles. You might notice that some of these rounds, like 45-70 government and 12.7 by 108mm Soviet, are capable of being loaded with black gunpowder or smokeless powder, which can actually come in handy sometimes. Okay, cool. I've been telling you since we started talking about Warhammer 40k, you got to watch out for the chaos-possessed entities, because they're certainly watching you. Yeah, the eyeball in the tree really got me. That really, really did get me. A Nurgling is his unique small demon minions. Don't remember. See, yeah, in noun form, right? So you could have a Nurgling, right, which would be a small, tiny baby demon, which is way cuter by description than it is in actuality, right? Or you could Nurgle someone, and therefore, in the process of doing so, you would therefore be Nurgling them, right? I'm going to make it happen. We're going to make Nurgling a verb. Started dropping lore again from the post about the nobility onwards. Anyways, there are also stub revolvers and pistols, presumably in .5 Magnum, .5 AE like this, and Smith & Wesson revolvers or the Desert Eagle. There's also a gun called a stubber, which is meant to be a shoulder long arm rifle essentially, but it's barely mentioned in old tabletop RPG sourcebooks. Comparing its stats, I guess it's in .5 Vickers. Someone else did the math for your average orc shooters, which presume you have to have some sort of standardization due to the sheer amount of ammo they burn through, and came up with the .6 Nitro. The we will get round to the stubbers soon, for definite, because we've got access to that now. And we'll dive into them. What I'm interested to see is, performance-wise, do they feel like they perform like those weapons? Because you remember that was one thing, is that they, during the build-up towards this, in one of their patches, we dabbled in this, and the weapon balancing just felt off. Like all the rifle weapons, you know, you could clear an entire room of people with one swing of a melee weapon, and it would take so long to kill something with an auto gun, for example. The whole feel just felt off. It feels way better now. Way better. Right. Let's have a look at what else we've got here. So now we've got our first stack of curos unlocked. 16 and then 24. Those are the next two big hurdles. Primary weapons. Yeah, I'm going to hold on to all of those. Hold on to those. Don't want to mess around with those too much. And this is nice. Actually getting a cosmetic as an in-game drop. Please hold. Where's... I need to make that way more visible. The highlight animation there needs to be a big gold bar. See, that's when I graduate. But I'm going to save that one. I'm not going to use that one now. This one, on the other hand. Yeah. We're having that. That's nice. We got a new frame. Lore drops on so many different things as well. The principal laws of the Lex Imperialis that all arbitrators can recite by heart are known as the Injuncta Cardinal. It is not uncommon to find these emblazoned on the walls and pennants of precinct fortresses, or even carved into shotgun shells. Alright. That would be weird anywhere else but the Imperium. Masteries. Still can't. Okay. Execution. Damn. I've now got 3 talent points that we didn't look at before either. Arbitrator armor plus 25 toughness. That would have been handy. Your Cyber Mastiff electrocutes enemies at attacks of 5 seconds. I mean, so there's 2 obvious perks that you get on the weapons that tie in so well with this one mechanic. I'm going to say it's probably the same for the other 2, you'd hope, which are now locked for us. Like, we're obviously taking that one. What does this one do? Canine Morale. Killing pounced targets grants allies incoherency plus 20% toughness damage reduction and 10% toughness plus 10% toughness over 5 seconds. Like, right when we very first started playing, the skill trees were not obviously accessible to us either. Like, this is not bad, this one. Going for a full companion build by the looks of it. Very cool. I am genuinely super impressed with everything. It feels like way more of a complete gaming experience now.
I've got some good stuff here.
Whereas when we used to come to, and like I know people have played this for ages now, but for players new to Warhammer and new to Darktide, which we were at the time, it felt like just a giant experiment that never really cemented itself. We don't really have anything there for the Arbites anyway.
They still alive? Then the rest don't matter.
So good. Look at Reg. Miss the family dog. But I've got Reg instead. That'll do. Where else? Okay. Let me just catch up on these last few comments before we wrap up today. Where auto pistols, on the other hand, seem to be chambered in something like 9mm parabellum or 5.7 by 28mm. At any rate, they've always been depicted as burst firing or fully automatic machine pistols. With that, we've just covered the basic bullet shooting firearms in the Warhammer 40k base game lore. Nice. It's quite a lot of it, but I'm happy to relay it over time naturally if you're willing to listen. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that would be really cool and interesting though to see whether or not they've actually dived into that, because, you know, spread across many different games and gaming experiences, but weapons develop a certain feel, right, that sort of sets the standard for each other. You know, everyone kind of knows what an M4 should feel like. It's that kind of thing. We'll see what translates into this over time, for definite. If anything, I think for both Darktide and Space Marine 2, what I would love to see more, if they ever get around to it, is maybe an audio and or animation rework to make the weapons feel more like you'd expect Warhammer weapons to feel like. Just ridiculously powerful. Like, they obviously are ridiculously powerful in the games, but you want them to feel like that as well.
Why do you ask questions to which you already know the answer?
That would be interesting to see, because I've seen this game Stub Revolver before, and it looked as underwhelming as the shotgun was in Bolt Gun. So it'll be interesting to see if it's changed. Yeah, stuff like that. Perfect. That will be part of our experience for this. Games Workshop released an entire Adeptus Arbites sourcebook codex some time ago, so I'm guessing this is all copied and pasted from that, maybe with some new edits or additions. Yeah, their reference material that they dish out to people when they're doing these games must be incredible, but it would be hard to imagine that they don't refer to it at all from a statistical perspective. Where are we? Speaking of bolters, it's perfectly practical and not uncommon from those of a certain station or above in the Imperium to carry a bolt pistol, so it wouldn't be inappropriate for your Arbiter. Yeah. Good to know. Saw plenty of posts from even long-time Warhammer 40k fans and gamers that Darktide launched in an unfortunate state and dragged its feet towards improvement like it was one of Nurgle's plague victims. Very well put. Yeah, like that's a pretty accurate description. Okay, when are we on next and where? Very good question, Miss Strahl. Okay, definitely there will be a stream on Thursday and there will definitely be a stream on Friday. Right? Where and when and what and how, that's still open to question. At the moment, Thursday stream is still penciled in for Space Marine 2, so we'll be here on my main channel.
We are all resources to be expended. Do not question this.
And then what we'll do tomorrow or Friday definitely, tomorrow maybe, is we'll pick up on the auto stream over on the Pathfinders channel. Tomorrow is a very soft maybe. If it's not up and scheduled on the channel, then it won't be happening. So, you know, like in a few hours time. But never say never. Let me see how that goes. And then we will definitely be back on this next week at the very latest. It's just we've got a juggling act of quite a few different things at the moment, and I'm kind of glad, kind of glad and kind of sad. But CD Projekt Red was supposed to be releasing their update for Cyberpunk 2077, and at some point I've been meaning to pull the trigger over on the Pathfinders channel of actually doing the Street Kid playthrough, and sort of getting the fully fleshed out experience with Phantom Liberty, with all the updates. And doing that at some point. They've delayed that because they've still got some work to do on that front, so that suits me fine because there's just too much on at the moment. But yeah, well, I can guarantee next week we will definitely have more Darktide, more Space Marine 2. And then the rest is TBC, depending on where we get to with the altars is one thing. Right, Mr. All my cultivation of pros does pay off sometimes, doesn't it? Yeah, very much so. Okay, so it's altars maybe on Pathfinders tomorrow, correct? If you schedule it soon. Link on my about page for the Pathfinders channel for people that aren't familiar with that yet. Oh yeah, don't forget about that secret buddy ending with Johnny I told you about the other day. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one of the things. But if anything, we can get to that point, save it, and then roll through it a few different times as well. Okay, folks. Darktide is in a really good spot right now. If you can get hold of the Arbites class, I highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun. We're still right at the early stages of it right now as well. Loads more to come. But I can safely say this was probably the first time that I felt like we got a fully optimized experience. It's having a few stability issues right now, just because of the sheer volume of people trying to get into it, and there's some things that they're working on. But overall, really good. It looks great, feels good. I feel like they've done a really good job. All credits to the dev team. Really well done. And no, I'm not in any way, shape or form sponsored by Warhammer, Games Workshop, or Fat Shark, or Darktide. So, yeah. Okay, right. We might be back tomorrow, but over on the Pathfinders channel. And then Space Marine 2, we're just waiting for them to confirm when the update is actually going to drop. So Thursday and Friday might swap around. So if the Space Marine 2 update doesn't land until really late, we won't do the Space Marine 2 stream until Friday. That's kind of where we're at right now. But going by date, it's scheduled for Thursday. That's where we're at. Okay, thank you very much to everybody who stopped by today to hang and chill and chat as always. I've really enjoyed this. I hope everyone else has been enjoying it as well. We'll be back very soon. We are playing the altars over on the Pathfinders channel, so if you want to go check that out, please join us there. And we'll be back on Thursday, hopefully with Space Marine 2 at the latest Friday on this channel. So we'll hopefully see you then. Stay frosty, be very good to each other, Thank you very much for watching. We'll catch you on the next one. Cheers for now.